level. Thousands of these fans are out here just waiting to see. I mean, wow. Wow. The hugs, the love. Could you imagine as you are walking in for one of the biggest games of your life, if not the biggest game for your life? You got this right here. And it's all done by Carlton Dixon, who's a basketball letterman here at Texas. So talk about legacy. They are made by Reveal Suits. Reveal Suits, custom. Look at this. The love is so real. Y'all, just wait till they get in there. Right back to you, Reese.
You know what they say, look good, play good, feel good, pay good.
Get paid good.
You look good, you feel good, you feel good, you play good, you play good, you live good, you pay good, you pay good, you live good, you die good. Shout to Prime, another Affleck guy.
That's right. Stop that goat.
Hey, those suits were awesome.
The suits were awesome. The question I had, though, the Ewers backpack, I didn't know if that was an extension of the mullet or it was actually just a backpack.
There's a lot going on there.
Hey, Pete Thamel is with us this morning. Let's join Pete now and get some of the latest things. Always finger on the pulse of things going on. And Pete, one of the great stories of this day in college football, the return of Sam Hartman for Wake Forest against Vanderbilt. What do we expect there?
Yeah, Reese, Dave Clawson, the Wake Forest coach, told me on Friday he's been pleasantly surprised with how quickly Sam Hartman has reacclimated himself to Wake Forest. One thing to consider, he just didn't come in cold. He had been cleared for non-practice and been throwing routes on air since about 10 days after his surgery on August 9th. So Dave expects Sam Hartman to come back pretty seamlessly today in a big game at Vanderbilt.
Also have news on Josh Downs, who will be out for a second straight week. But I want to ask you about Ohio State star receiver Jackson Smith and Jigba as they get ready to play Arkansas State.
Yeah, Jackson Smith and Jigba, I was told by sources at Ohio State yesterday, is unlikely to play against Arkansas State. He may warm up and try to give it a go, but again, there's a lot of skepticism whether we'll see him and wide receiver Julian Fleming, who's Ohio State's fourth receiver and one of the more talented receivers in the country. I would classify both of them, Reese, as unlikely to play, both of them potentially coming back for Toledo before the Big Ten opener against Wisconsin in Week 4.
All right, Pete. Steve Sarkisian whipping up the students who they deserve a little love from the head ball coach here after getting in line so early and getting into the stadium still a couple hours away from kickoff, and they're revved up and ready.
And the only one that really knows what's coming in
is him.
To this stadium is him.
Yeah.
He's the only one. Everybody's in here. Hook 'em horns. He's the one that knows what's coming into this.
Say hi to the fans now.
He understands it.
The Buckeyes get Arkansas State, and another product of Nick Saban's coaching clinic. Butch Jones leading in the Red Wolves. Buckeyes didn't roll up the numbers they expected last week. That might be bad news for old Butch and the Red Wolves.
A lot of people question our toughness going into the offseason. You have to watch the film and you make your decisions if you thought that team was tough.
What I'm most pleased with is the fact that they never flinched. They've bought into everything that I've been asking them to do. One or two misplays, it didn't affect them at all.
Stroud looking, and he'll throw on a left angle. Caught, and it's Ibuka, and into the end zone.
Mecca and Marvin, great routes, great body discipline. That first game put a little taste in people's mouths of what we can do. I feel like I'm faster, my body feels bigger, and I feel like I'm quicker getting out of the pocket.
It wasn't perfect. It's not the way we drew it up, but if we can continue to build like that and grow, and the defense plays the way it does, then watch out.
Defense was much improved. Number of days since an Ohio school beat Michigan, reigning Big Ten champion Wolverines. Talk about them in a minute. We went into the season saying the Buckeyes were going to score 40 or 50 on everybody, and they probably will. What did you find out about them last weekend?
I would say this. I would say that they didn't look the way we wanted them to look or the way they would look the rest of the season. But I think what they wanted to do was win and show some physicality. And late, Mayan Williams and company and that offensive line hit them right in the face. You're going to let me run the football? We'll take it. I think Ryan Day wants to show the flashy toys. You got C.J. Stroud. You got all these Heisman candidates. But in the end, they said winning is more important. And if we need to pound you, we will. I think that'll serve Ohio State well down the road.
David, remember last year when the Chiefs faced a lot of cover two, and everybody talked about, wow, everybody's making the Chiefs be patient, intermediate passing, short passing, running the football. And first 6 weeks, they had to make some adjustments, and then they kind of recalibrated, and they were fine. Ohio State knew that this was coming. Notre Dame sat back with two high safeties the entire game with the exception of that one blitz where they got burnt for a touchdown. Everybody Ohio State plays is smart. They know what they're looking at. All those first-rounders at receiver and quarterback, they're going to sit back and make Ohio State win the line of scrimmage and run the ball. They were up at one point 14-10 in the fourth quarter. They went 14 plays, 95 yards. 10 of those plays were run plays. They couldn't have done that last year. So, yeah, they still have all their toys, and they can do that if you man them up and blitz them. But now they can run the football if they need to.
And I think to your point, I think anytime you lose 2 top 10 NFL wide receivers, it might take a little bit to figure it out, let alone losing your another first-round wide receiver early in the game. So I think Ohio State's always going to be Ohio State. Ohio State's going to be great. That's what Ryan Day does. But you bring that defensive coordinator in from Oklahoma State knows, it felt like they were flying around and very physical as well. I have no worries about the Ohio State. I actually can't wait to watch how they figure it out this season as opposed to last year, Des.
Well, it's interesting because when we were on the set last week in Columbus, the player I kept talking about was not the wideouts. It was Trevion Henderson. And I said, this guy is the weapon that Ryan Day needs to use. Everyone was talking about, C.J. Stroud, he's a Heisman guy. And Jigma, they got the best receiving core. And I think that Ryan Day, he bought into that, came out there trying to throw the ball way too much against Notre Dame, like Kirk said. They had a shell of a coverage. They had 2 deep. Anytime you have 2 deep look, you want to run the ball. And so they were oversold, though, because we did think they'd come out there and score 40 points, and they underdelivered. So I think that now Ryan Day understands what he has in the backfield, and he'll use those weapons, too.
Very likely to cover that game noon Eastern time, Arkansas State and Ohio State. Meanwhile, you talk about the Buckeyes, got to talk about the reigning Big Ten champions and the quarterback conundrum that Jim Harbaugh has created there. Michigan favored by 0.5 against Hawaii. Today it'll be J.J. McCarthy. Last week, game against Colorado State, Michigan quarterbacks averaged just about 3 yards per pass in terms of air attempts per pass. McCarthy last year, he was the guy who could get the ball downfield. You see the yards per dropback, even in 11 snaps, favored McCarthy. So it almost feels like that they're wanting the guy with the quote-unquote higher upside to win the job, and they're going to give McCarthy the chance starting today.
I think you got to be careful with it because of what Cade McNamara meant to this team last year, leading them to a Big Ten championship. And I think, yeah, they're going to play McCarthy today. I'm sure Cade McNamara will get in after they get up big, and then they're going to have to make a decision. They have UConn and Maryland, which won't matter the next few weeks, and then they go to Iowa, which is a tough place to play, and that's where they're going to really ultimately have to know who their guy is. Des, to me, if it's Cade McNamara, you're going to see wrinkles every 3rd or 4th series with JJ like last year. Yep. If it's JJ McCarthy, it's his show, and Cade McNamara sits on the bench and signals in plays. I mean, that's basically where this thing is, but it won't matter until 3 weeks.
You're exactly right about that. I'm like, if it's not broke, why are you trying to fix it? They won the Big Ten championship, got the college football playoff with the same scheme last year, playing 2 quarterbacks. So I don't really see what the big deal is. JJ has a big upside, but Cade won a bunch of games, took him to the final, beat Ohio State, won the championship in the Big Ten.
And he won the locker room last year, too.
So to me, you have to do what you've been doing. So I don't think it's a big deal, Pat.
I think you have to wonder about the football gods. Whenever you're winning, and then you decide to make a change. But sometimes a change can really reignite an entire team, especially when it loses Aiden Hutchinson, who has become an absolute force in Sunday games already. So I think my big takeaway from this, Hawaii to Michigan, that's a 10-hour flight, let alone walking into, 100-some thousand people. Yeah. That's going to be some big lights, big stars, let alone a quarterback competition happening in the middle of it. Yeah. I like Michigan big. Oh, yeah. 50's a lot of points, though, Dave.
Yeah, that's probably not enough. I'm just saying. Listen, here's the deal. We see this across college football every single year. You have a known commodity. You have a guy that you know you can win with, but you have a guy with upside, and you go, what could be? What could be? All I'll say is Cade McNamara, we know what they did. J.J. McCarthy, we saw him in spurts. If you turn the team over to him, it might not look the same. It might not be as successful. That's why coaches get paid millions of dollars.
Man, there have been cryptic Instagram stories. It feels like there's a lot bubbling underneath this, but maybe it'll all sort itself out on the
drama. You're saying?
Matter, huh?
You're saying drama?
Drama,
controversy.
If they make a switch, it'll be be interesting.
Yeah, we'll see. Hawaii and Michigan, big favorite.
That's why you wear the khaki pants.
At home to Vanderbilt, you can figure Michigan's going to put up a heavy number today. Coming up at noon Eastern time on ESPN2, Mizzou and Kansas State. I want you to keep an eye on the freshman receiver for the Tigers, Luther Burden.
He's nice.
To get him the ball in a variety of waves.
I would too. Superstar. But I need some more suit game. I like the suit game better.
Oh, swagless, you say.
And at noon Eastern time, Wake Forest, we told you earlier, Pete Thamel reporting that Sam Hartman's back at quarterback. Clark Lee in the doors.
Nothing like an 11 a.m. local kick there in Nashville with Wake coming to town. That'll be who overcomes the atmosphere today?
A little bit. Feels like one of those JP games. What if?
11 a.m.
Ultimate what if for the Burnt Orange Nation. We'll go back and think about what if in that 2009 championship game Colt McCoy had stayed healthy. And we'll go one-on-one with Caleb Williams. Holly Rowe visited with him and moved from Norman to the West Coast and how he's building chemistry with his new teammates. And don't go anywhere. So much more coming on College Game Day. Now a quick word from Pizza Hut.
Delivery for a...
Home Street?
No, actually, it's for...
I accept all the deliveries here. It's part of my job. Interception. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
Psst, girl, you can do better. At least with your big-name wireless carrier. With Xfinity Mobile, you can get unlimited for $30 per month on the nation's most reliable 5G network. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, I can do better.
Yes, you can.
I can do better, too.
Now, you really can do better. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line.
She's not Kat Medina delivering pizza in her 2003 hatchback. She's Kat Medina, bringer of sustenance, provider of all things greasy and caloric. You know, ordering pizza 3 times a week isn't lazy. It's pro-business.
$200 instantly. Just for betting $5. DraftKings, listen to me. You listen good. I appreciate you for recognizing how valuable my time is. But instantly, stop. You're not gonna make me sweat a little bit? Feel some extra bumps in my chest while the game is going on? Oh, look, wait a minute. There's my $200. Damn, that was fast.
Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Bet $5 to get $200 instantly. Action's so good, why bet NFL anywhere else?
Touchdown. Nah, interception.
This is Antonelli's Cheese Shop.
And we're the Antonellis.
Do good, eat good.
That's our mission.
We chose our Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because it gives us unlimited 2% cash back on everything we buy.
And it has no preset spending limit, so our purchasing power adapts to our business needs. We use our 2% cash back to help cover our employees' healthcare costs.
That's how we take care of our most valuable asset.
Our people. It may sound cheesy,
but we like it that way.
What's in your wallet?
What makes for a great story? A great story has magic, power, and every once in a while, it has miracles. It needs an opening that sucks you in, and a mind-blowing ending that has you hanging on every snap. That's what makes for a great story. And as luck would have it, that's our story.
Feeling stuck? You dream of a career with better pay, benefits, and hours, but you're not sure about going back to school. At Edge Tech Academy, we've made affordable programs for people like you. Working parents, people with big dreams, the ones who never give up. They train for exciting professions all in 2 years or less for many programs. Feeling stuck? Get in touch. It takes just a few minutes to find a program that could change your life. Get started today. Feeling stuck? You dream of a career with better pay, benefits, and hours, but you're not sure about going back to school. At Edge Tech Academy, we've made affordable programs for people like you. Working parents, people with big dreams, the ones who never give up. They train for exciting professions all in 2 years or less for many programs. Feeling stuck? Get in touch. It takes just a few minutes to find a program that could change your life. Get started today.
sweet. That is awesome.
The Lone Star State has shown up, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it is.
Big time.
Alabama better watch out.
But you know what it is? They're trying to give Herbie a shade. They're going to try to get him in there. It's doing season. Great to be with the fans. This is the Home Depot Tailgate Pro of the Week. Gilbert Mancinas from right here in Austin, reminding everyone that Rice is 3-0 against Bama. That boy Gilbert, bring some knowledge in here as well. How about that?
You got it straightened out there. Looking
Lone Star.
Got
Takes a little coordination.
How big that flag is.
Pull from the bottom there, guys.
Beautiful.
That's pretty good teamwork. I mean, that is what?
Look at him back there.
It's like a 70-yard
back
flag.
there. Long. Hey, we saw our Home Depot Tailgate Pro bring us some knowledge. Bear, you got a question and an answer?
Come on, Bear.
Half-Life trivia question that Pat got already?
There it is.
I think all four of you might have gotten it. So we asked you for today's Half-Life trivia question. Who's the only Power 5 non-conference coach to beat Nick Saban in a regular season game while at Alabama? It was indeed Bobby Bowden back in 2007. That's the first game he had, first season at Alabama. Since then, 14 straight wins by over 26 points a game.
Caught him early.
Oh, wow.
How many
early?
14 in a row by 26 points a game. Spreads 20-21.
Okay.
Right there.
Just saying.
Me and Reese are ready for Jeopardy, man. Let's go. We're undefeated on the season against.
We have to stay in a very narrow lane to have any chance.
Who are you telling, brother? No, never mind. I apologize.
USC and Stanford play tonight. There's Lincoln Riley taking over today. Coach, he started a tradition of having Trojan legends come back and award the players with their helmet decal of the Trojan head. He calls it gold-plated, something that Caleb Williams was able to do. Some of the great Trojans have come back to be a part of that. Now, Caleb Williams this week released a public service announcement promoting mental health awareness called Seize the Awkward. Awkward doesn't begin to describe what it was like for Williams leaving Oklahoma and going to USC. Now, you might say, well, so what's the big deal? Big NIL money, he's following his coach, he's going to USC. But Williams, after Oklahoma's bowl game, broke down in a hallway, completely emotional, didn't even make it back to his room with the weight of this type of decision, a decision not reached lightly. Caleb Williams with Holly Rowe.
Williams. How about that throw on the money? Caleb pulls it back. Still spinning his way inside.
He's a competitive young man.
There's this competitive piece I can feel coming out. And I've seen you play, and I see the competitor inside of you. Where does that part come from?
When I started playing football, I wasn't the biggest. Still not one of the biggest. There's also a kind of an underdog feeling that I get from, people doubting me, which I still get some doubt now, which is awesome. It's kind of been instilled in me. My he's very competitive. There was times where I just couldn't. I just felt like I couldn't go, and he just kept pushing me. And so I'm here at USC trying to help lead and push these guys to the best of my ability. That kind of comes from him.
USC's new football coach, Lincoln Riley. Coach leaves to go to USC. Tell me what those couple of weeks and months were like while you're trying to make this decision of coming here.
Yeah, it was challenging, to say the least. Because I was expecting him to be my coach there for the next 3-4 years. I made a decision just going to transfer portal and see my options and see what I could do.
The announcement from Caleb Williams. We now know he's headed to USC.
Made my decision to come here after really long talks. Me and my dad, we were going back and forth about it, and so.
Was that he wanted you to do one thing, you wanted to do another, or what are you guys debating? What's the conversation?
It was a lot of it was just like I wanted to do certain things, and on those certain things, he didn't feel a certain way. He wanted me to do other things, and so looking back, it's brought me and my mentors and my father closer, to say the least. I used a couple of choice words for the first time in my father. At the end of the day, I kind of said that to my dad, is I'm going to do what I want. This is my decision. It's been a blast ever since with these guys.
Tell me what you felt like. You run out from the Coliseum first time, first game.
There was a lot of uncertainties, with 48, 40, 50 new guys.
Williams pulls it back, and there's Addison, and there's the first USC touchdown.
I felt calm. I felt in control. But it felt really good to finally, run out that tunnel for the first time in the Cardinal and gold.
Well, behind Caleb Williams, USC put up 66 points, their highest scoring game in 14 years. You see the great numbers that he put up. Now, they've had some trouble going on the farm to take on Stanford, but LC, do you like what you've seen from the Trojans so far?
2 reasons why I picked Southern Cal to be my surprise team of the year. One of them is Coach Riley. In 5 years, he took that Oklahoma to 3 playoff games. That's pretty good. Yep. And then quarterback Caleb Williams, my preseason Heisman pick. He'll run up the scoreboard and score a lot of points. And plus, he's the only candidate West Coast. He's the only candidate from West Coast. Now, everybody else, listen, watch tonight, 8 o'clock, ABC. My man here, we call him.
Reese will be with me. He's in for Fowler.
Well, you guys, Caleb Williams will win. Now, Stanford is a 9.5-point underdog.
I didn't know that.
You're going to take 10. They'll score by 10 points.
10 points?
At least 10 points.
That's the big. This is what we waited for. They made this hire for Lincoln Riley. Caleb Williams followed, Jordan Addison, and they looked great week 1. But this is where it starts. This is the Pac-12 game on the road against a team that has a history of being incredibly physical at the line of scrimmage. Now, Stanford's been down in recent years, but they've had a great offseason to be able to develop their team to get ready for this year and this game. Yeah. So, and they know how to beat SC in their minds because they've had so much success, especially at home. I think no matter what happens, Reese and I are calling this game. Yeah. We're going to learn a lot about USC today. This is the day we find out.
I agree with you. I think that I give teams credit for doing what they're supposed to do. They were supposed to handle their business the way they did a week ago. But now this is going to be a different monster. I spoke to Coach Shaw, and his guys, they're up for the challenge. They understand what's in front of them. What I like about USC is that their offense is high-powered, but Stanford's strength is in the back end of their defense, their secondary. We're going to see if they can get to Caleb Williams, make him sit in the pocket, read coverages, and have to execute throws. This is going to be a great matchup you guys are calling. I can't wait. I'm excited about this one.
Hell yeah, I'm going to be watching, and obviously Kirk is the best of what he does, and I can't wait to see you on the call tonight. You're going to be great. But I think on the defensive side for USC, they brought in a lot of superstar dogs, not just Lincoln Riley. I mean, they brought dogs to L.A. They're bringing back the alumni. Will Ferrell will probably be suiting up soon.
Yeah, Snoop will be out there.
It feels like the allure of USC is all the way back. And the defense that was very opportunistic last week. 3 pick-sixes out of nowhere. Ended up USC covering. If they can shore up some things, USC is going to be just fine. They're a brand-new team, and in football, you're going to have to figure it out a little bit.
Stanford has beaten USC 4 out of the last 5 times in Stanford.
How about that?
Hello.
Hey, 10 points average USC in Stanford. Last 10 made it.
Right. You said they're bringing back everything. I want to see if he can bring back Reggie Bush's Heisman Trophy.
Hey, now that I'm on this show, give that man his Heisman back.
Yeah. Yes, sir. The whole thing with Stanford, Stanford's had the better team for about a decade and a half in USC. But you know Stanford hasn't beaten an FBS team in 11 months. 11 months. One against Colgate, not FBS team. Old Crimson is in the crowd. Old Crimson's got Wisconsin today. Hey, they needed an interception at the goal line to stop Idaho last week. 275 in a row for the Washington State flag. And now Wazoo rolling into Camp Randall.
Yes, sir. And listen, I tell you what, the Badgers, we're looking at the quarterback, Graham Mertz. What are we going to get out of him, right? Last season, 10 touchdown passes, but 11 interceptions. But if things get dicey, lean on Braylon Allen. Last week, averaged 10 yards per tote and 2 touchdowns. And Cam Ward, the transfer, he's playing pretty good right now for the Cougs, guy. I like the way their defense played, too. This is going to be a great matchup.
I like this matchup, too. You got Oregon State and Fresno State. Good news of Oregon State. Last week, they played pretty well. They were able to create some turnovers. The bad news is they had 3 turnovers themselves. Issue. Got to clean that before they go to Bulldog Stadium. Jake Haener, one of the top quarterbacks in college football, picked up where he left off last year with that Jeff Tedford offense.
Did you see Mississippi State backup Chance Lovertich proposing to his girlfriend, and they asked Leach about advice he would give him? He would say, sounds like I'm too late. He's right on time with Will Rogers. Boy, Will Rogers has been amazing led that blowout against Memphis, but what about Arizona? Jaden DeLora, the Wazoo transfer. Jacob Cowing from UTEP caught 3 touchdown passes, beating San Diego State. Mississippi State's a big favorite against Arizona. Again, Arizona, a successful Superdog last week. Bear, I was afraid to go back to the well. You?
No, they're not going to be a successful Superdog today if anybody goes from. I love Mississippi State in this game. I think we're going to learn throughout the year that last week's result was more of San Diego State being awful and completely inept offensively. That's a much different offense they're facing tonight. They can throw all over the place. They can mix in a little run if you need to now and then. And defensively, there's no comparison. While DeLora and Cowling had a great game last week, I don't.
You know,
like,
how
I don't
about
think
the
this game's
late
close
kick,
tonight.
though? It's like 10 p.m. Starkville time, right? You don't worry
Leach
about the late
probably
kick?
loves that, though. That's a,
Yeah.
I mean, he'll have him.
Okay, all right.
I
love it.
I like Will
All right.
Rogers in that offense.
Hey, man.
He is so good.
Yeah. They've got a lockdown corner on the other side, maybe to take away Cowing. But, you know, they asked about that late kick, and Leach said, well, we had a lightning delay and all and so forth last week.
You've been working on that.
Pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. Whenever you do it, you just have to, if you get in doubt, you just find a way to cough. That's it with them. So Mississippi State and Arizona, that'll be the late game tonight. Might be entertaining because Arizona's a much, much improved football team for sure. We'll look forward to seeing that one to wrap up a great day of college football. You know, Uvalde, Texas is about 3 hours west of where we sit in Austin, the site of the horrific murders at Robb Elementary School last May. It left indelible scars, incomprehensible sorrow on a community that needed somehow to summon strength. Last week, Uvalde High School and their football team played their first home game since the tragedy. Uvalde native Matthew McConaughey on what that team delivered.
We will forever hold these 21 beautiful souls in our hearts.
They bowed their heads for 21 seconds of silence before the game. One Mississippi for each of the deceased. Their friends, their teachers, their children. A prayer from the living, from all 5,000 souls in Uvalde's Honey Bowl Stadium.
Here come the Coyotes!
Senior linebacker Justin Rendon came onto the field wearing his new number, 21. Given in honor of those whose lives had been taken, voted by his teammates. As high an honor as he'll achieve in life, no matter how many decades stretch out before him. The 1972 state champions were at the game as well. A little older, a little grayer now. 50 years past that glorious fall when they went 15-0. Local heroes. Men who carried a message in a bottle, that the hard work of practicing and playing the game of football, the responsibility of bringing a town, state, and nation together, will be remembered, just as the 2022 Coyotes will never, ever be forgotten. They took the field and played for 4 quarters, and with 36 seconds left, found themselves tied 28-28. Then, senior running back Jonathan Jimenez did this.
The handoff is going to Jonathan Jimenez, who doesn't get to turn the corner. No, he's coming back. How did he break out of that pile? He's out of the 40, the 35, the 30. He's inside step, and he's out of bounds at the 10-yard line with 17 seconds on the clock. You have got to be kidding me.
Then, senior receiver Devin Franklin did this.
17 seconds remaining. Can they pull off this incredible victory? And into the end zone they go, and it's good! Touchdown, Uvalde! That was perfect.
Me and the guys, we weren't giving up because we know we got those 21 angels always on our backs.
The crowd cheered these young men who had kept the faith, young men who claimed a victory that seemed out of reach. Young men who reminded us that, even in the most painful and darkest of times, light comes in the morning.
Powerful words. We thank Matthew McConaughey for that. A tragedy that is certainly close to his heart and all of ours, and our prayers and sympathies continue to be extended to Uvalde.
I walked 100 miles or more and wore out my shoes. I go and get my baby and fly to the moon. Leave all our worries and cares behind. When we get in space, everything will be fine. Run wild when you're young and do the thing you want to do.
Seriously? Now there's a hole in your defense. Look at the size of that. Gap! Is that a goat?
You talking about me?
I think this goat is saying gap.
Must be talking about the expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
So who's talking about the money Aflac pays to help close that gap?
Aflac, gap, Aflac, gap.
It's about to go down, baby.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
Aflac
is an official sponsor of ESPN College Game Day.
Entresto is the #1 heart failure brand prescribed by cardiologists. It was proven superior at helping people stay alive and out of the hospital. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto for heart failure.
Down in history.
Let's go.
Introducing the Disney Plus Day offer. Only $1.99 for 1 month. Right now on Disney Plus, huge new releases are dropping. All new episodes are dropping.
Yeah!
And for a limited time, the price is dropping. Only $1.99 for 1 month.
What a great day.
All of these and more now streaming. Offer available until September.
Feeling stuck? You dream of a career with better pay, benefits, and hours, but you're not sure about going back to school. At Edge Tech Academy, we've made affordable programs for people like you. Working parents, people with big dreams, the ones who never give up. They train for exciting professions all in 2 years or less for many programs. Feeling stuck? Get in touch. It takes just a few minutes to find a program that could change your life. Get started today.
Favorite shows, back to back.
Well, I can hardly wait.
All day and all night long. Now playing on Buzzer.
Dear adults, the Da Vinci Channel is our superpower. With hundreds of educational shows for the whole family. Learn to change the world. Challenge accepted. Watch the Da Vinci Channel now.
Boo, boo. These hips don't lie. I'm like Shakira. Loved me constantly spanking him. Shocking that a helmet doesn't fit you.
Go right back to the run.
Yes.
That's down.
Call.
What a game! What a game!
Monday Night Football, 8 o'clock Eastern Time, Broncos and the Seahawks. Obviously can't wait for all the Manning cast. Pat McAfee's going to be involved calling some college games later on, too, in that vein. There we go. Signs everywhere. That's really true. Now Texas can officially be back.
Yeah.
That one.
Been a while.
Bama Ben. Okay. Band humor. I was lost on that one.
Lost the table there.
I missed that one.
Somebody got buried, though, in that thing.
Bijan is a bad boy.
He sure is.
He's unbelievable. He's beloved here, too. I mean, every sign's for the guy. My good sign is in the transfer portal. Ooh, that's a whole conversation.
That one has been a staple, and I laugh every time. It's pretty good. Bryce Young majors in shaping throws.
That'll get you a job.
Oh.
Bijan mustard. You know, Bijan has a deal for some mustard.
Is that bad? I put Heinz on everything.
I'm from Pittsburgh.
Everything.
Loaded.
Tell me you didn't put anything on other than maybe a little barbecue sauce on that Franklin barbecue last night.
Happy birthday.
Hey, happy birthday.
There we go.
Yes.
There's Quinn Ewers out on the field warming up.
He's letting that go, isn't he?
You know what? He's a big, thicker guy.
Big guy.
Got a little
30,
size. He can make every throw.
31 will probably test that a little bit.
Oh, there's a big, thick guy.
He's like 31. We'll talk much more on Alabama, Texas coming up. But tonight on ESPN, 7 o'clock Eastern Time, Kentucky and Florida Gators, after escaping against Utah, they welcome in the Cats. Billy Napier got his first win, now just ready to turn up the heat as they get ready for Kentucky.
One day football's over and you're going to be in the real world, man, and it's going to be hot, just like this right here. Okay, this is a metaphor for a hard day in life down the road. Everybody got me? It ain't always going to be overcast and 75, right? Sometime life, the daggum temperature is going to turn up, okay, and it's going to be hard. Let's embrace that and let's go full throttle. Let's lean into it and walk off here better as a result of it.
That's right.
It is time now for Best in the Game, brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line, and two of the top quarterback prospects in the country go head-to-head in that game tonight. Will Levis of Kentucky, Anthony Richardson of Florida, who was an absolute nightmare once the Gators got in the red zone, really everywhere, but particularly in the red zone. Really hard-pressed to find a way to stop them. Pete Thamel is back with us now. So, Pete, for this game in Gainesville tonight, was the line for scouts to get into the swap, similar to what we saw from the students getting ready to get in for Bama and Texas.
Reese, this is known as the Scouting Super Bowl for quarterbacks this year. I was told there's going to be 22 NFL scouts in attendance. 3 from the Giants, 3 from the Bucks, and 2 from the Commanders. Not surprising, considering they're 3 of the more quarterback-needy teams in the NFL. For Anthony Richardson, I was told this week by a scout, his hands are so big, the ball looks like a Nerf ball when he carries it around. For Will Levis, he still has a lot to prove statistically, but scouts see him as an archetype in the Justin Herbert mode, the Josh Allen mode, a big, sturdy 1980s NFL-style quarterback who's rugged and can take hits. It'll be interesting for Richardson today. He's struggled finishing games. He's had hamstring injuries. He injured himself dancing last year before a game. Can he stay healthy through the gauntlet? That's going to be the key to him rising to the top of draft boards.
He had over 100 yards and 3 touchdowns just running outside the tackles against Utah last week. He's tough to handle. You know, Levis, on the other hand, very talented. His worst day as a Wildcat against the Gators last year, didn't complete a pass over 10 yards.
I tell you what, I expect both of these young quarterbacks today to do some cooking. This is going to be a great matchup. I'm so excited to talk about these two. Let me show you what you're going to get, especially when Kentucky's on the field with Will Levis. Let's start with Chef Will first. Now, here he is. The kitchen's about to get warm by the stove. He realizes it's man-to-man coverage. So, as a good chef, he's going to escape out the back door. But check this out. He comes against the first defender. He puts him in the blender. Boom, boom, boom. To that dead leg, and then jumps over the second guy. Now, listen. The next recipe for Chef Will, play action. Watch the linebackers. They're going to bite. A fire breaks out in the middle of the oven, right? Will just changes his arm angle to complete the recipe. Hey, everybody else, they would have burned that dish. Let's talk about AR. Okay, AR. Listen. Now, Chef AR, he looks at the line, gives him the recipe, signals to the White House. Now, he's going to look to his left because that's where he wants them to think he's going to start cooking. But actually, the burner to the right goes on high heat, and he gets 3rd and 15, completes that pass. But the 2-point conversion, everybody, is what they're talking about. It's like it's dead in the water. His outlet is the running back, but it's a defender in the flat. So what does he do? He puts out the Vitamix, leaves that defender on his knees, looking at the play like it's a Life Alert commercial, rolls out to the right, and completes a dime for a 2-point conversion. I tell you, these two, they're going to be cooking today, Pat. I can't wait to see UK against Florida, baby. baby.
Hey, I smell what you're cooking, man.
Come on now.
Great kitchen
You
references.
picking up what I'm laying down,
Yeah,
baby.
damn right. I would also pick up Will Levis's coffee style and probably put it down. He puts mayonnaise in his coffee. He eats bananas with the peels on them. He's one of one. He's an
What kind
alien.
of chef is that?
He's an anomaly, but I think you have to be that type of special guy to lead the team and be a guy who can bounce back after a terrible year last year against this team. AR is obviously spectacular. Will is a stud. We're in for one, and the meal is going to be fantastic.
There you go.
And they're just so, these are like superhumans. These are big physical freaks. I mean, both of them can run. Both of them can make plays. Both of them throw a football. They can throw it to a car wash and not get it wet. I mean, both of them have that kind of ability. It's going to be interesting, Kirk, to see how they develop as passers, because they aren't, like, we can show highlights, but they aren't refined in knowing exactly where to go with the ball, just like Josh Allen was, like the comparison that Pete said. If they continue to grow and learn the quarterback spots, these dudes will be household names and superstars in the NFL. It's got to continue to develop.
I still go back to Levis when he was at Penn State. I think it was in 19, and he came in. He was a short yardage quarterback. He was like a tight end playing quarterback. The amount of growth and development he has had in Lexington is unbelievable. So I think he's way beyond where we see Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson might be physically the most talented quarterback most talented quarterback in the country.
Absolutely.
Is he able to be consistent this early in his career? We'll find out today.
I ran into Levis's NIL guy coming out here. They're working on a mayonnaise deal for him.
Might as well.
I don't know what that would taste like, but
I don't want to find out.
I'm happy he's
Apparently
doing
it's
it.
going to taste like money.
What are you cooking up? Are you? Does it taste like money, Kentucky and Florida to you?
Don't you feel like there's a little too much overreaction here with the Gators? Like, everyone's got, I think, a week late. Kirk and I know you and I both liked the Gators last week, but the fact that this number has hit 6 now, it makes me beyond Kentucky today.
Where did it start, Bear?
It started at 3 or 3.5, but it's climbed throughout the week, I think, but emotional, physical win late night over a really good Utah team. Kentucky gets Jordan Wright. Kentucky gets what Jordan Wright. I'm listening to what you whispered.
I said super
gotcha. Jordan Wright, the linebacker for Kentucky, is back. That's going to be massive on their defensive side of the ball. And this is a game that Mark Stoops loves. I mean, he lives for being a disrespected underdog against a team.
He's got no shot in this game.
Against a team.
He's got no shot.
Oh, did they stink? You're saying Stoops.
Even though he's got his Kentucky jacket on.
He does have his UK blood.
It's actually Coach Beard's jacket.
That was an Affleck blazer.
Well, I wish. I don't have that type of money, Des. But you're saying that Florida can't handle the success. Too high behind.
They can handle it.
But I think Kentucky is the right side today.
No.
I'd stick to the right side.
He's not saying outright. He's saying cover.
May not win, but it's 6-2.
Wait, say it again. Watch who?
Dane Key.
Yep.
Freshman wideout.
Florida's fine. They're fine.
You know what he's doing. You know he's pitching Kentucky at the end of the show.
Okay.
I don't think Kentucky's tough enough to go on the road and win.
Tonight on ESPN Plus, you can see Kent, West Virginia.
Let's go Mountaineers.
Mountaineers will be there. Central Arkansas against Lane Kiffin. They're also doing their back-and-forth quarterback thing. Expected Luke Altmaier's going to start there. Kent State and Oklahoma. Don't forget about Dylan Gabriel and the Sooners. Boomer getting ready. And there is Bryce Young.
9 can play a little bit.
Little bit.
Speaking of cooking, he's going to do some cooking.
Accounted for 6 touchdowns.
That's the
had
executive
100-yard rushing game.
He's not sous chef.
No, sir. On ABC, just over an hour away from kickoff in Happy Valley. James Franklin going in. Whoa, they pulled one out of the fire against Purdue. Little help from Purdue in the clock management last week. Penn State trying to follow it up with the win against the Bobcats. Southern Mississippi and Miami just over an hour away from kickoff on the ACC network. Mario Cristobal era got off to a big start against Bethune-Cookman. Now, Frank Gore Jr. plays for Southern Mississippi, the son of the great Miami legend. 2009, what if Colt had been able to stay healthy? Would Texas have indeed won the national championship?
What if Colt didn't get hurt is why I live in Birmingham.
McElroy lived in Dallas for a while, got tired of that question, and now he's there. How about the Meat Church Barbecue bringing in some serious protein here?
Anybody with a belt buckle like that, just strap in there. Get you some brisket there, boy.
It's a bacon wrapped sausage with jalapeno and egg in this thing. Meat Church, Capital Pre-Sky.
What's on these wings, my friend? What's on these wings right here? Jalapeno white sauce? Where are the napkins and the wipes, bro?
Next must be this.
No sweets?
We had Franklin's last night.
Fantastic.
It was unbelievable. It's some good meat in my mouth right now.
Today's assignment, share one smoked sausage.
You do you.
When it came to my digestive issues, I got a lot of advice.
High fiber diet.
Low fiber diet.
Go gluten-free.
Then I found Culturelle Digestive Daily Probiotic, and now I'm the one giving the advice. Also try Culturelle Women's Healthy Balance.
The most fun we have on the Gator is just ripping around the property.
It's a springtime tradition.
Yeah, who needs TV when you have
Decoys and the dogs.
There are millions of ways to make the most of your land. Learn more at Deere.com.
Now that gas prices are so high, Domino's is giving you 20% off all menu prices when you order online for a limited time. So hurry and take advantage of these low prices. I mean, high prices, which mean low prices. You get the deal. 20% off menu prices on everything for now at Domino's.
Wow, we're on Verizon now.
Because of their new plan, One Unlimited for iPhone. It comes with Apple One. That's Apple Music, Apple TV Plus, Apple Arcade, and iCloud Plus.
All included on the network you want to be on.
Exactly. We could be up here all weekend listening to The Weekend.
While flinging Angry Birds.
Not you. You're lovely. Are you napping?
No, I'm watching my favorite show, starring me.
Get your Apple favorites all in one plan. Introducing One Unlimited for iPhone. And now get iPhone 14 Pro on us, only on Verizon.
When safe drivers save up to 30% on their auto insurance for not answering their phone while driving, they feel like a pretty big deal.
Steve, did you get the ice?
Even if they forgot the ice. Save up to 30% on auto insurance with USAA Safe Pilot. Get a quote today.
You've put your dreams on hold. Remember this? But I spoke to our advisor, and our Vanguard investments are on track. We got this, babe. So go do what you love. Thanks for being our superhero.
Only at Vanguard, you're more than just an investor. You're an owner, giving you flexibility to follow your dreams. That's the value of ownership.
We believe in what this place can be. To get this program to where we all know that it should be, it's going to take every single one of us.
We got USC and Stanford.
Feeling stuck? You dream of a career with better pay, benefits, and hours, but you're not sure about going back to school. At Edge Tech Academy, we've made affordable programs for people like you. Working parents, people with big dreams, the ones who never give up. They train for exciting professions all in 2 years or less for many programs. Feeling stuck? Get in touch. It takes just a few minutes to find a program that could change your life. Get started today.
Join Cheddar as we explore the hidden side of America's biggest city in NYC Review.
To see New York City from above, there's no comparison.
Catch the second season of NYC Review.
It's going to take more than just us. It's going to take the community, the world, to help us make a change.
Well, they revere their legends here in Austin, and why not? Colt McCoy, what a great player he was throughout his Texas career. And certainly it still gnaws at Texas fans that if Colt had never gotten hurt, would the Longhorns have another national championship in their trophy case? So Alabama fans not terribly sympathetic to that plight. The College Football Playoff National Championship trophy is presented by Dr. Pepper. That is the one that they aspire to claim these days, but back in the 2009 season, the one that you went after was the BCS National Championship trophy, and that is the one that Alabama won after knocking Colt McCoy out of the game and finishing off Texas.
Two unbeaten. Ready to battle for the heavyweight championship of college football.
I was 18 years old, and I was a backup. But I told Coach the week before, like, if you put me in the game, I am going to take over.
Now the option look, and Colt McCoy, number 57, Darius.
I knew it was a hard hit because I felt it a week later.
Colt is hurt.
I remember everything just shutting off. Basically my ear, my neck, and my right arm, it was just gone.
Looks of concern on that Texas sideline.
And so they take me back to the locker room. I told them to bring a football. My dad's standing over in the corner, and I'm trying to just play ball. I'm trying to play catch with him, and I can't get the ball out of my hand, much less, like, he's only standing 5 yards from me. I remember just sitting there in the locker room thinking, what just happened?
Here's Gilbert, that inside shuttle pass, picked up by Darius. Darius in the air. Darius going for the end zone. That's an interception and a touchdown. Alabama takes charge after the Colt McCoy injury. That'll do it. Crimson Tide wins the national championship.
The question, what if Colt didn't get hurt, is why I live in Birmingham. I lived in Dallas for a couple years, but got that question a lot. Felt like it was probably time to relocate. Last I checked, we had 2 backs go for over 100 yards. So, could you have stopped the run with Colt out there? Unless he plays D-tackle, that's probably wasn't going to happen.
I'm in France, they bring it up. I'm in Italy, they bring it up. People remember me for it so much. Changed my life. Thank you, Colt.
This game sort of started the trajectory of Coach Saban and Alabama and all the success that they've had. And I think Texas has taken a gut punch from that game.
And the great Colt McCoy summed that up perfectly. Look at the difference since then. Alabama has more 24-point wins than Texas has wins, period.
Right.
That time.
The answer to me, this question, is, and I love Colt McCoy, but as long as Roe McClain was the leader of that Bama defense that night, it wouldn't have mattered who the quarterback was. That dude was on a mission. That team was on a mission.
Felt like Darius probably unblockable as well.
Yeah.
Big guy's been living off that forever, as he should.
Yeah.
The Colt McCoy era, if you didn't live it, I don't think you'd fully understand it. He's still in the NFL for a reason.
Yeah.
There was country music songs written by Marty from Marty and McGee about Colt McCoy going out like that because of how much he was to Texas.
Well, he's 4 straight years, the guy. Yeah, he was a stud.
Pete Thamel joins us now, and Texas hopes that they can turn the tide, if you'll pardon the phrase, behind their new quarterback, Quinn Ewers. The what-if question now is, what if Texas wins today, Pete, then Quinn Ewers can park his car anywhere he wants to and never get it towed again?
Reese, I sat down with Quinn Ewers earlier this week. He'd reluctantly become the face of NIL and the face of the transfer portal with his journey from South Lake Carroll High School to Ohio State and back. What I found sitting with him was he's a shy 19-year-old, happy to be back playing in his home state.
Oh, that's why the crowd
in there?
Yeah. The guy, the recruit, #1 prospect in the country.
When at Ohio State did you know it wasn't going to work?
Definitely had some doubts in my mind towards the very end before I hit the portal, and was really just talking through with it with my dad, and I have a good group of people surrounding me, and just kind of putting it by them, seeing kind of what they thought.
Ewers looking to the sideline, and this one's going to be picked off. You throw the pick on Saturday early in the game. I think it was your second throw. You're kind of coming to the sideline, and look, you've never thrown an interception in college. How did he react to that?
I mean, yeah, he reacted probably the best way that, for me at least. He just kind of was like, hey, sometimes we have to punt. As long as we in the series with the kicker on the field, we're doing things all right.
You've met Colt, you've met Vince. It's hard to be the quarterback at Texas. There's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of outside forces. What advice did they give you?
They really just kind of tell me to play my game. Don't really focus on the outside noise, or just be me.
When I talked to Quinn Ewers' mother, Kristen, yesterday, she told me Quinn was a 2-year-old buzzing around the living room floor the night Vince Young sashayed through the USC defense and delivered Texas its last national title. Well, today, Quinn Ewers has the type of stage to inspire, perhaps, the next generation of Texas quarterbacks.
Well, you see, Pete, that he kept the passes short against Louisiana Monroe. I'm sure they were holding some things back. It was his first start in college, after all, too. But they're going to have to make some plays down the field, it would seem. What do you think Ewers in the offense needs to do if they're going to pull this upset against Alabama?
This is going to sound so basic, and anytime you have a friend in your group that has a mullet, even though Quinn sounds a little quiet and a little, down, and he has moxie. He has millions of dollars. He has a massive arm. And although we've heard about him for years, he's only 19. If he can survive today with what Alabama has on the defense, I think we're going to learn a lot about him. I think we're going to learn a lot about Texas. I love this dude, but he's staring down a beast right now.
Yeah. The thing that helps him is having Sark, because Sark knows Nick Saban, and he knows Pete Golding, the defensive coordinator from Alabama, and all those years of going up against him in scrimmages. Biggest thing is this quarterback doesn't have a lot of experience. So while everybody's going to talk about Dallas Turner and, of course, Will Anderson pressuring him, it's the back end, the pre-snap look in cover 2, and then the post-snap look in playing man-free. That 3rd and 8, they're showing blitz from his left, snap of the ball, that they drop, and they come from over here. And just not having the reps to recognize that. That's my biggest concern. I'm sure that's Sark's biggest concern. What's the answer to that? Stay on schedule. 2nd and 7, 3rd and 3. You get the 3rd and 8 a lot today, the game's over. I mean, you got no chance.
Bijan Robinson told him he'd get in trouble, just throw it to me. That's a good idea, too, for his career, averaging about 12 yards after the catch. Really good receiver. For more on that and how Alabama's defense will come after them, let's go down to Pollock and Desmond down there. David?
Yeah, I think we're going to put some things in perspective. Listen, if Texas is going to have a chance, we need Bijan to be sensational. He's going to have to be great. Listen, 100%. This is the best running back in the country. He might not have the best offensive line, but he's the best guy with the ball. Watch this, Des. First of all, he's best when they run him outside and he can use his vision, stretch the field. Look, not great blocking up front, but there's 1, there's 2. Look at him stick his foot in the ground. This is just stupid. How do you get out of this in a second? He's already broken 1 tackle.
Great vision.
Des, he has no business making any more yards. A couple more yards? See ya. Easy. Just hits the hezzy, hits the starting to stop like nobody, and he's going to give you a good stiff arm right here. Just put it out, sit out on the little kid's table, and then the finish. He can make you miss. He can run through you. He can run around you. So good. And then what Reese just said, you've got to get him the ball out of the backfield and let him do the rest. Right here. Split 2 guys, hit the gas, erases angles from guys. This guy is a sensational running back. Alabama's really, really good. They got great players. That guy is priority number 1 for them to stop.
No doubt about that. Bijan is one of my favorite running backs in all college football, but he's going to be introduced to Will Anderson. Now, Will Anderson is the best defensive player in college football, hands down, no discussion, plays with power, speed, and intensity, and this is what they're going to have to deal with when Alabama's playing defense. Keep an eye on number 31. Now, he's at the top of the screen. He's going to take on the right guard. What he's going to do is grab the guard's left wrist with his hand, march him back and get the sack. Now he's on the right. He throws the left tackle. Now he's engaged in 2 gap with the right guard, shows inside, and then he comes outside to make the tackle for no gain. David, he also helps his teammates. You know how? Because he gets so much attention. They're going to slide the protection to Will Anderson, who's on the right. What this does is going to create one-on-one matchups. Now, as he stunts on the inside, he draws a double team. Now the rest of the defensive linemen, they got one-on-one matchups. They can't thank him enough. He should get an assist on that tackle or that sack for what he does. He's an incredible player. He's like the Luke Cage of defensive players.
Well, that'll put some shine on his shoes. You did a good job there highlighting that. Listen, Texas loves barbecue. They love their brisket.
Yes, they do.
They're going to get smoked today. Absolutely smoked. Alabama is the best team in the country for a reason. Texas, just try to hold on, stay healthy, have a fun rest of the year, but you ain't winning today.
Wow, you made that. You sounded like you enjoyed that. You sounded like you. It's one thing to say it, but to enjoy that.
Say it with your chest.
Projected, looked around. Hey, sorry about it. He said.
Stay healthy. Good luck the rest of the year.
Hey, we're happy you're feeling the team.
As we reach the top of the hour, we'll go inside at Texas shortly, and later on tonight, Baylor and BYU. Cougars having the pregame meal last night. They're honoring LaVell Edwards' 50th anniversary of his hiring. Of course, next year this game will be a Big 12 game because the Big 12, as we know, is open for business. And BYU got the business end of that reliable, violent offense of Baylor and offensive coordinator Jeff Grimes. who coined that phrase when he was orchestrating the offense at BYU. Cougars have had this game circled. Not a lot of signage in the building, but Kalani Sitake has sold it to them as a chance to prove that they measure up to the reigning Big 12 champs.
There isn't a team that knows their identity more than BYU.
If we can be tough and physical and stop that run, I think everything else will fall into place.
I don't think they're going to get out of place too many times. I expect them to be very disciplined.
I can anticipate press coverage, pressure, and things that are going to want to disrupt that rhythm and disrupt any momentum.
Chapin lobs it up over the top, caught. Touchdown, Baylor.
Came in last year after Gabe Bohannon got hurt, and he stepped right in, and he didn't skip a beat.
Accuracy in the way that he's able to throw the ball down the field, but he's also got some athleticism with his feet.
It's going to be big for us to attack them in their weak areas and be able to get the ball in playmakers' hands and let them make plays.
Take a look at today's road test presented by Goodyear, and it's going to be a road test for Baylor. It's going to be frenzy. See if BYU is completely at full strength on both sides of the ball. But that offense, you see what they did rushing? It was Albany in week 1. But last year against BYU, they put 3 bills on those dudes. They ran it right at them, and BYU shrunk away a little bit from it. We'll see how it's going to be like tonight.
And I know you know real well, Reese, Jeff Grimes, the offensive coordinator, who used to be at BYU. In fact, had Zach Wilson there and has gone since to Baylor. Played against BYU last year. Now he has to go back to Provo, so it'll be an emotional day for him. But he brings a very physical team. They want to run the ball. But what I love with Blake Chapin, his young quarterback, is they want to be able to set up play action. And this kid is incredibly athletic in what he can do. I think we learned a lot last week in how he handled the 2-minute offense at the end of the half. So run the ball, and when you do, you get some early down play action with the safeties and backers, get their eyes in the backfield, split zone look. Safeties are thinking run. All of a sudden, they're bailing and getting back, and it's too late. There's the arm strength. This is great. Minute 7 to go into the first half, 3rd and 11. I just think the situational awareness this kid as a young quarterback demonstrates. Right tackle's beat. Instead of panicking as a young guy, getting out of there, just buys a little bit of time and makes a throw to convert on that 3rd and 11. This is later. Same drive into the half. Got 1 timeout, 15 seconds left, right? Should he throw it? Should he throw it away? Everybody's covered downfield. Does he panic as a young quarterback? He's been doing this in practice all August. Instead, takes off, uses that speed, gets down to the 1-yard line. We got 1 second left. They're going to go for it, obviously. It's a great drill for him. Forget that it's Albany. It's just a great drill for a young quarterback. Recognizes that he's got the corner. Running back makes a great block. Speed to the corner. And then he dives to that pylon. So, to me, it's the balance and a young, moxie quarterback in Blake Chapin. They go against a veteran team in BYU, all 11 back on defense. This has got to feel like a low-scoring game, tough environment. I'm going with the youth of Baylor to win this game.
Great film.
Thank
Great
you, sir.
job. Yeah.
Thank you.
I was going to pick BYU, but now forget it. BYU won 10 games last year with a very young team. And now they're older and better. So, BYU in a major upset without the 2 receivers. BYU over Baylor in Provo. Provo, that's a secret.
Former Wall Street Journal journalist and New York Times journalist Pete Thamel broke the news that the top 2 wide receivers for BYU are out. That's going to be problematic, especially when you're going against a team that's coached by Dave Aranda, who goes from 2-7 his first year coaching at Baylor. A lot of transfers probably after the Matt Rule era to 12-2. That composure in the 2-minute drill that you just said about Chapin there, that's from good coaching.
It really
that
is.
From top to bottom, they're going to be ready to go. I like the Bears team a lot.
And it's not an upset. BYU's favored by 2.5.
Is that right?
Oh, that's good news. That's good news.
That was not in the first half part of the week.
I'm just saying.
BYU is a favorite?
Yeah.
BYU.
They're going to win. They're still going to win.
How can they be favored over Baylor's national rank?
At home?
You know, somebody knows something. You know, we talk about the Florida-Kentucky quarterback matchup with Chapin at Baylor and Jaron Hall at BYU is also another guy that the NFL guys are really looking for.
It's because the game is played in Provo. That's why they're too
tough plays.
And this season, honoring the 50th anniversary of the hiring of Lavelle Edwards.
Great game.
He ushered in.
Who'd you pick?
Me?
Yeah.
The Bears.
The Bears.
Yeah.
Sick 'em? I have the Bears.
I jumped in there.
I didn't know if that was a cougar or a bear.
Well, that was, as I was doing the sound, I was like, oh, that sounds a lot like BYU's mascot as well. But I jumped in there. River almost died.
Right.
I love Coach Dave Aranda. The more I've looked into him, the more the way he coaches, the way his boys react. I love the way he coaches the squad.
Hey, we're going to let McAfee get in on this Superdog thing. And just because there'll be plenty of misses over the course of the season, it doesn't matter he didn't score last week. Superdog standings fueled by Pizza Hut. Now, let's look at the points. Hey, LC, look who's up there on top. You and me. I'm going to stop the show and take a picture like you did when you had the lead on Ohio State.
Outright, huh?
When you lose,
you say little. When you win,
say yes.
Okay.
LC, give us a Superdog. Start us off.
Virginia +4. This is Virginia's first trip ever to Urbana-Champaign. Illinois of the Big Ten will underestimate Virginia of the ACC. Virginia outscores Illinois. I think this is going to be an upset. I hope so.
Oh, that could be a good outright. I'm going to go over to the SEC East, Kentucky and Florida. Just kind of slow playing you there, saying Kentucky's not tough enough to go into the swamp and win. Of course they're tough enough. That's what Mark Stoops has built his entire program on, is being tough for games like this. Is Florida being patted on the back too much? We find out today.
Man, my pick was so bad last week. I should have like -2 right now.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Man. But listen,
Yeah,
I'm going to go with Missouri right now. I think Missouri was 7.5, Kansas State. I think the X factor is Adrian Martinez. How much do you trust Adrian Martinez? I'm going with Missouri, not just to cover, but to win.
I love Georgia State to cover 7 against North Carolina. Last week against South Kakalaka, it was 2 punts that got blocked that flipped this entire game. Georgia State pounds the rock. I don't know what Rattler's thinking, and I know Beamer ball's a real thing, but any team that can hang 200 yards on an SEC squad, they're going to keep it within 7.
So that's crazy. They actually traveling there. Last week I lost because of Houston, so now I'm going to Houston as my Superdog. Texas Tech playing with a backup quarterback. Houston got it all ironed out last week against UTSA. They get the outright dub and get me some points.
And I'm going to go with Vanderbilt. Great story that Sam Hartman's back for Wake Forest, but Vanderbilt's at home, sleepy start. Let me tell you, this Mike Wright, he's accounted for 10 touchdowns already in 2 games.
Giving that offense life.
Go.
Yeah.
So I'm getting a couple of touchdowns. We're on the SEC Network. We'll be watching closely. Superdog selections fueled by Pizza Hut. I'll show my gold, have fun, expect to win with the doors.
You're feeling so frisky getting out of the gate.
Have you won? Have you ever won?
No, man.
Of course not.
Me and you. You're the only ones.
Yeah, you know what? You've got an excuse. I'm like the Texas Tech of the Superdogs. I'm like 7-5 every year, 6-6, 5-7. Hey,
who's leading?
Who's leading? You and I.
Yeah.
We're leading right now. We are about to lead our way inside. Jess Sims, David, take care of things while we get inside the stadium.
Reese, do you see and hear this energy right now? It is time for You Had One Job, brought to you by Geico. David, you had literally one job, and it was to bring an air conditioner.
Let me tell you something. I'm sweating gravy right now. Good gosh. It is hot. It is warm, but we are going to do our job.
We are. We're going to do our job.
We got this.
Okay, first up, we got UCLA and bowling. I want you to pay close attention to see what happens with this block.
I mean, did he hand it to him? Did he try to punt
it? He carried him. He said, I'm going to take you with me.
Golly. How about the protection? That's the reason that stunk, right, McAfee?
Next one. Now, I mean, this one needs no introduction. We got Coach Mac Brown. He understood the assignment.
What, to dance horribly?
That is so disrespectful.
It's honest. That's
no,
not good.
That's all he needs to do now.
That's very ungood.
Coaching is secondary to his dancing.
I like that he's celebrating with his players from that big App State win, but that's, Mac, I love you. We worked with him, but that's ungood dancing.
If I won 63-61, I would be dancing.
If I got paid that much to coach, I would dance like that.
Oh, my gosh, David. Okay, and we got, last but not least, former LSU head coach Brian Kelly. Listen up.
Hey, Coach, you got $17.1 million on your contract. We're going to give it to you. I said, what time you want me to leave and what door you want me out of, brother?
We'll open it up to this late arriving media crowd that must have enjoyed the weekend.
If you win, I'll be on time.
I don't think it has anything to do with winning. I think it has to do with being on time.
I don't know who the reporter is, but I love her. I absolutely love her. Because all these coaches take shots all the time. I like when you fire your shot. That a girl, shoot your shot.
She's going to be
coming
like,
in hot.
She had one job, and now that job is gone.
Yeah, now your job's done, too. I think we're done.
The job is completely... Okay, y'all, there is so much more coming up on College Game Day. So first, we got how Nick Saban has helped coaches get a second chance on his staff, extending the branches of the tree far and wide, including the other sideline today. Plus, ahead, we got the Razorback showdown with South Carolina, and Arkansas head coach Sam Pittman is wired live during warm-up, so I wonder what he is going to be saying. Plus, what's the key for this Longhorn defense to shut down Bryce Young and this high-octane Bama offense? And who will coach Corso Don? Will it be Big Al's elephant head for 36th time, or will he ride with Bevo for the upset? So much more coming up on College Game Day.
Hey man, is that the original hoodie? Yeah, that's nice. We invented that. And his. Nice catch. And hers. And theirs. Even yours. Champion invented the hoodie. But you make it your own.
Hey, Jacob, State Farm. I really want that personal price plan, so, tell you a little secret. I hate practicing. So I hired a buddy double to do it for me. So, sweet tax.
Okay, you don't have to get that personal. The State Farm personal price plan simply helps you create an affordable price just for you.
Am I still getting paid? Definitely.
Call or click to get a quote today. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
If you're always asking, where next? Capital One has the travel card for you. Venture X. Earn 10x miles on hotels and 5x miles on flights booked through Capital One Travel. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges. Find your where next with Venture X. What's in your wallet?
Feeling stuck? You dream of a career with better pay, benefits, and hours, but you're not sure about going back to school. At Edge Tech Academy, we've made affordable programs for people like you. Working parents, people with big dreams, the ones who never give up. They train for exciting professions all in 2 years or less for many programs. Feeling stuck? Get in touch. It takes just a few minutes to find a program that could change your life. Get started today. Feeling stuck? You dream of a career with better pay, benefits, and hours, but you're not sure about going back to school. At Edge Tech Academy, we've made affordable programs for people like you. Working parents, people with big dreams, the ones who never give up. They train for exciting professions all in 2 years or less for many programs. Feeling stuck? Get in touch. It takes just a few minutes to find a program that could change your life. Get started today.
Welcome back to Austin, Texas, where we are exactly 50 minutes and 45 seconds before kickoff. Bryce Young is already on the field. It's about the temperature, the face of the sun right now. It's going to get hotter. Quinn Ewers for Texas, the quarterback who's going to be challenged today, obviously, by this very tough Alabama defense. And, of course, a guy who said that this game would not define their program, Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian, is on the field also. You know, there are many ways that head coaches can get fired these days. They can lose too many games. They can lose too many games to their rivals. They can have personal issues. The list goes on and on. Steve Sarkisian, of course, is familiar with some of those reasons. He is one of the former fired head coaches of a growing list of guys who have gone through what is now affectionately known as the Nick Saban Witness Protection Program. The thing is, that protection program sometimes becomes a relocation program, but in a good way.
A college football coach getting fired in an airport parking lot.
That's right. USC didn't care how they fired Lane Kiffin. They just wanted him gone.
Years later, the scars remain.
When you get fired, it's as bad as it gets. I remember taking my kids bowling and not bowling because I could feel the people looking at me as like, oh, there's the fired loser head coach.
It's the first time I'd ever been fired. We were at the lowest moment, my wife and I, our family.
I'm gonna be a head coach for the next 30 years of my life and everything's great. Next thing you know, you're not a head coach anymore.
It's very humbling. You can be at the top of it one day and at the bottom of it the next.
When you get fired in coaching, you find out really right away that maybe you don't have as many friends as you thought you did have.
Bill O'Brien, Lane Kiffin, Michael Locksley, Steve Sarkisian, and Butch Jones have all been head coaches and have all been on the wrong side of a pink slip. But they have something else in common, a lifeline from the GOAT, Alabama's Nick Saban.
I like two types of people. I like people who are young and have a chance to be really good, like Kirby or Will Muschamp. Jimbo was a young guy. And then I like guys that have a lot of experience, that have a track record of being able to do something extremely well.
I couldn't get anything. No one would talk to me. He said, hey, come out. I didn't have anything to do. Come out, just kind of check out what we do. I'm sitting there going, I'm the fired USC coach. Why is Nick Saban even asking me anything?
Lane Kiffin loves to take big shots down the field. There it is. Shot taken.
You've had an issue. You got fired. Go there. You're washed of all of it. I felt people viewing me different and all this because he's getting the Nick Saban stamp.
I think he sees beyond the firing of individual coaches and digs into the coach, the scheme, the developer of talent.
You're able to watch Coach every single day, and the process is something that he talks about a lot, and you learn about the different processes within the program, and I think that's something that has been invaluable to me.
Kiffin and O'Brien came in as offensive coordinators, but Sarkisian, Locksley, and Jones were hired as analysts, which is near the bottom of the Bama coaching food chain. Do you remember how much you made your final season at Tennessee?
$4 million.
Do you know how much you got paid your first year at Alabama as an analyst?
$30,000.
I think I made $35,000. I told Nick I'll do it and I'll do it for free.
I'm making $35,000 a year, 27 years into the profession. The staff room, we're in the outfield. It's affectionately called the outfield. The infield is the big table where the full-time assistant coaches sit and the head coach.
It's like Thanksgiving at the kids' table. You know, you get humbled quick.
They usually assign the outfield a lot of these terrible jobs. And one of the terrible jobs is to take the little kids over to the swimming pool doing camp. I go from running a full football organization to pool duty. I said, man, I really have hit rock bottom right here.
That's terrible ball security, Zay!
Locksley worked his way from rock bottom to offensive coordinator. So did Sarkisian. Jones was named special assistant to the head coach. Eventually, each got another chance to run his own program.
As I like to say, the holy water of Nick Saban thrown on you to say yes.
I'm proud of the fact that we've had a lot of guys here that were good people, that did a really good job, and they got rewarded because of the good job that they did.
Hook 'em.
But I don't think it's because of Nick Saban. I think it's because of Alabama, the whole team, the whole program.
I would not be sitting here as the head coach at the University of Texas.
I wouldn't be the head coach of an SEC program.
If it hadn't been for the time I spent working under Coach Saban, there's no doubt.
If it were not for Nick Saban.
If it wasn't for Nick Saban.
And I owe everything to him.
You can see it in their faces, you can hear it in their voices, the appreciation and the sincere respect that they have for Nick Saban. Steve Sarkisian actually did 2 tours of duty at Alabama. When he was fired by the Atlanta Falcons in late 2018, he told me he had multiple choices as far as career opportunities. He said he chose Alabama and Nick Saban again, Reese, because he felt like he owed Saban for helping him out several years earlier.
Gene, there are a lot of coaches who feel that way, and I would take exception to something that Nick said in that piece, that he didn't think it was because of him. It's because of the success he's had and the gravitas that he has in the sport that he can get away, if you want to call it that, with hiring guys who've had the problems that some of the guys had and give them a second chance at great careers, which he's done multiple times.
Yeah, I think it works for both. You know, obviously, coach is interested in what they might be able to bring to him, and he's always trying to grow. I mean, as good as he has been, he's always, I think that's part of his success, is he's an I formation defensive guy, win field position way, like we were kidding about Iowa. That's his background. But understanding, man, instead of complaining about tempo, I want to try to bring somebody in to help me understand that. Go get Lane Kiffin. So I think it helps coach, but obviously him kind of touching them, it's like, okay, the great one has touched me, I'm cleansed, and on I go. I mean, that's kind of how it feels, right?
Yeah, no doubt about it. I spoke to our coach, Coach Corso, about it. He said each coach that he brought in fulfilled the need that he had. So it went hand in hand. I mean, he gained something and they gained a lot. But because if you can say, I coached with the best football coach in college football history, that opens up a lot of doors. He was able to rehab some careers. They learned a lot. He took away some things from these coaches too. So I think it was a win-win for both parties involved.
And going back to Reese's point, I think like be who you can afford to be is such a real thing in all walks of life. Nick Saban probably the only guy who can hire a lot of these coaches in the situations that they're in. But whenever they come in, they get baptized in the waters of greatness down there, and they come out reborn on the other side. There's so many good coaches that have come through the Alabama doors. That helps with recruiting. That helps with everything that happens around there. Nick Saban knows it. He evolves. He brings guys in. And to be honest, we're lucky for it because this Roll Tide run has been something that hasn't been, seen, I don't think, in a long time.
I think it's the greatest dynasty in the history of the sport. For a long time, he was undefeated against former assistants. But he has lost 2 of the last 3. Yeah. And that was another one sitting down there waiting at Steve Sarkisian as we've moved inside.
So what are you saying there, big fella?
I ain't saying that. That's awesome. That is not what I'm saying. Time for Game Day Traditions, brought to you by DoorDash. And there's so many great traditions in Texas. None bigger and badder than Bevo 15. You might ask, why Bevo? Well, legend has it, Texas A&M students way back in the day branded the score of a victory 13-0 on Bevo, and Texas students had to fix the brand, and it wound up saying Bevo.
Ah, classic board change.
He only eats 60 pounds of grass and feed daily.
Imagine making that thing mad, just standing in front of it.
One of his predecessors got loose and roamed campus for a couple days.
Really?
Another one of his predecessors got loose and attacked a parked car.
I mean, it'd be hard not to.
Hey, they're always tough on parking here, man. Bevo gets in on it. Put boots on your car like that, send Bevo after it, you're in the wrong spot.
I know that's right.
South Carolina and Arkansas follows us on College Game Day. Razorback Stadium. Hey, the Horns went in there, and they got drilled a year ago. Really a signature moment for Sam Pittman and the Razorbacks, and Sam's getting ready to lead his team out there today and has been gracious enough to wear a microphone for us. Sam,
Thanks for being with us. How's the team responded after that physical win last week at home against Cincinnati?
Well, we were a little beat up. You know, we played a really good football team. But, you know, it's not about the ones that ain't out there. It's the ones that are. And they're ready. They're prepared. We feel terrible for a couple of injuries we had for those kids. But right now, it's you got to get ready, and we feel real comfortable about who's going in for them today.
Well, if you're real comfortable, I mean, this phrase is going to keep on giving from watching warm-ups. Who's bringing the liquor to this party for your Razorback team today?
Well, I hope somebody over the age of 21, you know, that would be preferable. But you know, I think, you know, what makes us go is K.J. Jefferson. You know, that's what makes us go, and our offensive line. And we're going to play better. I believe we're going to play better today. We need to play better than we did last week. And great learning experience to be the top 25 team and then be able to learn so many things from the game. And Cincinnati exposed some things that we've got to get better at, and certainly hope that we've done that this week. I believe we have, guys.
Hey, Coach, it's Kirk. Just wanted to ask you about the line of scrimmage in a game like this. I know it's big in any SEC game, but this matchup today against a guy you know real well in Shane Beamer, what do you think of the matchup on both sides up front?
Well, I think the one who wins the battle on both sides will win the game, and I know that's simplicity, but I really believe that. You know, both of us are good at linebacker, good in the secondary, those things. Both have good quarterbacks. I think whoever wins the line of scrimmage is going to win the game because one of the two offensive lines is going to take this game over. Obviously, I hope it's a Hawk. You know.
Coach, this is Pat McAfee, my first day here. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you a question. I know you didn't want to promote it, but how was that old cold beer last week? And how was, you know, the environment in Arkansas as you've really embodied that entire state? The team has come alive under your leadership. What do you want to see from them, Coach? How do we take the next step and keep this thing going?
Well, I think we're headed in the right direction, and I think it's because we're tough, we play hard, we're loyal to each other. I mean, that's a big thing. So that's what we've done walking into the program. The kids have bought into it. They're the ones that play. Obviously, we don't. But to answer your first question, heck yeah, I have my old cold beer. It's American tradition. And
Coach, this is Desmond Howard. I just wanted to ask you a quick question about your wideout. You went to a transfer portal and got Jaden Hazelwood. What has he brought to the offense so far?
I like him. I tell you, I like our wideouts. I like him. I like Matt Landers. You know, obviously coming back was Warren Thompson. We've got Keytron Jackson. I like that group. I really do. I don't think we got the ball to them enough last week. We have more talent there than what we used last week. We won the game, obviously, but I feel better about our wideouts than what we used them last week. We'll try to amp that up a little bit today.
Sam, it's going to be a great atmosphere there. Best of luck against South Carolina, game coming up in just a few minutes.
Guys, thanks for asking me. This is a lot of fun, guys. Who picked the Hogs? Anybody pick the Hogs?
I haven't picked yet.
We haven't yet. We're going to pretty soon.
We all got it.
I mean, people picking them pretty soon. Here's one thing. We thank Sam Pittman again. Keep an eye on the lineups there. Arkansas may be missing a couple of key pieces in that game.
How cool is that, though? We've done that the
I love
3
that.
weeks. Isn't that cool?
I love it. Yeah.
As fans and now on the show, that is awesome.
Yeah, that's great.
All right, ABC kickoff in just over half an hour. Sean Clifford and Penn State against Ohio U. Should be an opportunity for the Nittany Lions to get some things going.
Again, they don't want to mess around with inferior opponents. That's happened to them in the past. If this team's serious about trying to compete in the Big Ten East and winning a Big Ten championship, Mitchell Tinsley, Parker Washington, they've got to get their passing game going to help these two true freshman running backs and have a balanced attack on offense.
There's Joey Porter, the DB Desmond. That Mitchell Tinsley, he had like 1,400 yards receiving from Western Kentucky last year. He stepped in really nicely for Penn State.
Joey Porter, really good shutdown corner. Long, physical, great athletic ability. I like him as a player.
On the ACC Network coming up top of the hour. How about this guy? Remember back in the day, Frank Gore running the ball for the Canes, one of those great running running backs pat, and now maybe some divided allegiance today with Frank Gore Jr. donning the black and gold of Southern Mississippi. He had a big game against Liberty last week, 178 yards.
Yeah, being a tough, hard-nosed football player runs in Frank Gore Jr.'s family. He's going to get loose out there. 178 yards last week.
How amped up must he be going up against his dad's team?
Think about his dad and all their friends, okay?
Yeah.
All of his dad's friends are the you.
Yeah. It's all he's heard his whole life.
Frank Gore Jr. wants to put on today for Southern Miss.
Don't sleep on Tyler Van Dyke, though, guys. He's a really good quarterback. I hope he gets some weapons on the outside. They've been trying to find those during camp. Maybe someone will emerge today.
Remember A&M next week for the Canes.
Exactly.
Keep some momentum going into College Station.
And there they are, together with Sark as the OC, won a national championship in 2020. Nick Saban, Steve Sarkisian go head-to-head in half an hour.
Holy Dr. Pepper. On Season 5 of Fansville, college football is back, and it's total chaos.
I mean, there's East Coast teams on the West Coast, there's West Coast teams in the Midwest. I can't find the game. We're going to miss a kickoff.
Come on down to Fansville Foam Finger Warehouse.
How many NIL deals does Bryce Young have?
It's just too much change. What's next? Games in the metaverse? Robot coaches?
Honey, let me get you a Dr. Pepper. So you want Dr. Pepper, Diet Dr. Pepper, Zero Sugar, Dr. Pepper and cream soda?
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
It's the all-new Subway Series menu. 12 irresistible new subs. The most epic sandwich roster ever created. It's Subway's biggest refresh yet.
Being the best takes hard work. It takes early mornings, planning, precision, sweat, sacrifice, and teamwork. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in their game. Old Dominion Freight Line, helping the world keep promises.
My crypto's down.
No coiner.
Trust. This'll move.
Do the fragging seat. Rez, hit me. I got my ult.
That's 472 horsepower and 395 pound-feet of torque.
Well, what's up with this team sheet? Inverted fullback and a false 9?
The limited slip diff lets you hammer the throttle.
You don't get it until you go all in.
Poggers.
Stick it in the onion bag.
The Lexus IS, all in on the sports sedan.
If you don't stain your deck, it's like the previous owner is still hanging around.
Where are you going?
So today, let's stain with Behr, the #1 rated stain, and make your deck yours. Behr, exclusively at the Home Depot.
Is that KFC's two-piece drum and thigh combo?
Yep.
Is it juicy?
Uh-huh.
Is it creamy?
You know it.
Is it flaky?
Yes.
And it's only $6? That's a real steal of a deal of a meal. Wink. KFC's two-piece drum and thigh combo is just $6.
It's true. Everyone gets a free new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 4 with the Galaxy trade-in. Any year, any condition.
Really? Even if my old phone looks like this?
Dude, why?
It's okay, people. I've trained for this.
It's not complicated. New and existing customers get a free Galaxy Z Flip 4 with the Galaxy trade-in. Any year, any condition.
We're all about the finals. Connecticut versus Las Vegas, tomorrow at 3 on ABC.
It's true. Everyone gets a free new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 4 with the Galaxy trade-in. Any year, any condition.
Really? Even if my old phone looks like this?
Dude, why?
It's okay, people. I've trained for this.
It's not complicated. New and existing customers get a free Galaxy Z Flip 4 with the Galaxy trade-in. Any year, any condition.
Time now for the AT&T 5G Game Day Checkdown. Keeps everybody informed of everything going on throughout college football. News from our game here in Austin. Cameron Latu had a little knee procedure a few weeks ago. Didn't play last week. Will go for the Crimson Tide against Texas. Pete Thamel with more on this. Pete, what do you have?
Yeah, so I have the latest from Ohio State is that both Julian Fleming and Jackson Smith-Njigba will miss the game today against Arkansas State. Jackson Smith-Njigba never went out for warm-ups. Julian Fleming just went out in shorts and kind of hung out with the receiver group. So both of those star Ohio State wide receivers will not play today against Arkansas State.
All right, Pete, so keep an eye on that. They got to get those guys ready for the Big Ten season a little bit later on. You take a look at Bijan Robinson, who can put figurative heat on any defense. Many believe he's the best running back in the country. It's only in the low 80s right now, but it's a little stickier, a little thicker than you might normally think.
Jeez, they like that stuff around here.
Hey, there's Bryce Young. And maybe right on cue, the fireworks went off, made Herbie and Pat jump out of their seats, and maybe Bryce Young is getting ready to spin that magic.
Nothing makes him
fireworks.
Move. He's just like, fireworks.
Now, Bryce Young got a lot of pressure on him in his Heisman Trophy winning season a year ago, and I don't mean figuratively, I mean literally. Offensive line was leaky at times, and Bryce was able to stand in and led the nation since the start of last season in touchdown passes when under pressure. 17, 3 more than anybody in the country. New offensive line coach Eric Wolford from Alabama has really given that offensive line an attitude, and they're going to need it to protect Young as Texas has plans to come after the Heisman winner.
You beat the Heat long before.
Being the quarterback, being the leader of the offense is my responsibility to make sure we're all on the same page and that we're all executing at a high level.
Bryce gets it, throws, touchdown, Alabama!
You make a mistake, Bryce Young's going to find it.
The most important thing is we got to play well in the line of scrimmage, get movement up front, be able to run the ball, and use some of our play action passes to create some explosive plays.
Pressure coming, down he goes!
When we get our opportunities to get a hit on him, a good clean hit on him, make sure, he feel it.
Picked off! Touchdown!
We get a chance to go against a Heisman player. We got to be consistent, get into him. We got to keep hitting them.
Bryce is a heck of a player. We got to make sure we got really good rush lanes and that we try to keep him contained.
Watching the game from last week, you can tell they're even more improved. So we have a lot of respect for them as a defensive unit, and we know it's going to take everything from us.
The scene's starting to unfold behind us now, and this Alabama offense has been prolific. Bryce Young even ran for 100 yards last week. What are you doing with him, Lee?
Last year, Bryce Young became the first Alabama quarterback ever to win Heisman. And that first game he started, we counted for 6 touchdowns. Wow. And former Penn State head coach and Houston Texans coach Bill O'Brien has been his only quarterback coach at Alabama. Right. He deserves a lot of credit. He's an excellent play caller, and he does a great job. Prediction. He will be the next Alabama coach that get a head college job or a pro job.
He could.
He's going to get one.
He's definitely
be one.
Yeah. Figuring going back to that feature with Gino, kind of has that feel that he's going to become that next guy, and he's had so much success already. Let's talk about Bama's offense, because all we talk about is Bryce Young, and we remember when we left the national championship in Indy, Nick Saban kind of scolded his young receivers and said they weren't ready for the moment. Listen, you're looking at Jahmyr Gibbs, who transferred out of Georgia Tech. But this is an offense that today in this game, we know about the offensive line, we know about Bryce Young, but it's Jermaine Burton, it's Jahmyr Gibbs, it's some of the younger players, Kobe Prentice, Trayshawn Holden, who did not play particularly well in that national championship. So to me, it's the guys around Bryce Young. This is their chance on a big stage to show that the 2022 Alabama offense is ready to roll. They don't need the receivers they've had in the past. It's a new wave and a new group of players.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they do with it. And Billy O'Brien at one point was the general manager of the Texans, the lead counsel of the Houston Texans, the head coach of the Houston Texans, the offensive coordinator of the Houston Texans. Now you got a magician for a quarterback. It didn't work out. Yeah. But now he has a magician as a quarterback with Bryce Young, who's an absolute guy. I think that's a problem for all colleges. But you add in the Georgia Tech transfer of Jahmyr Gibbs, who Nick Saban says wasn't where it needed to be last week or whatever. They won 55-0. He won for 9 for 93 yards with a long of 50-some plus. Saban's never satisfied.
No.
That Bama offense is going to be a problem all year, and it's only going to get better, I think.
I tell you guys, watching Bryce Young, though, I know we talk a lot about him, but just returning as a Heisman Trophy winner, now the bullseye is on his back. Everyone's taking shots at him. They know what he brings to the offense. I'm just curious to see, like, as they move forward. Now, this should be a competitive game. I think Texas defense is going to be up for the challenge. But then as they move into the SEC and start playing conference opponents, I really want to see how they start to defend Bryce Young, because it's a different story once they have tape on you. They know your tendencies. They know what you like. That's what I really want to see. Bryce Young, but this guy right here, he's such
Watcher.